Good afternoon and welcome to the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee for Tuesday. Let's try Thursday. Thursday, September 11th. I hope everybody enjoyed their summer break. You got all these stories and all the places you've gone to and the places you've seen. No. No? Nothing to share? Nothing. All right. So we'll start first off with a roll call. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Campbell?
Present.
Councillor Carlson?
Hello.
Councillor Croson? Where's she's not here? Not yet. Councillor Middleton Hope?
Present.
Councillor Parker?
Here.
Acting Mayor Palladino?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Dodick? Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel? Here. And Mayor Higgin?
Present.
Thank you.
The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship to the land. The City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived on this land and made Lethbridge their home. I have a motion from Councillor Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel on adoption of the agenda. Be it resolved that September 11th, 2025 agenda of the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee meeting be adopted as presented. Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. I'm going to actually request that we maybe hear item 5.1 first on the agenda, understanding that Mr. Gallucci is here and that there is a member of the public that is sitting out in our lobby waiting to speak to this item. And then they could be free to go if we could hear item 5.1 first.
Okay, from anybody else, any concerns with moving 5.1 and listen to that first? If not, we'll have that prior to our close. So we will listen to 5.1. And do we have to recompile that, Madam City Clerk?
No, we don't, but we do have to vote on it as amended.
Okay. As amended, so 5.1 would come ahead of, we'll have the adoption of the agenda, and then it would be 5.1. Is that correct?
Yeah, 5.1 would come before 7.1 because 7.1 was timed at 12:30.
Correct. All right. So we will do the adoption of the agenda, move to 5.1, and then follow the rest as per is already in the agenda. And so we'll call for the vote. All in favor? Okay, that is unanimous. We'll do that. So with that, I guess we still vote on the consent agenda. All right. From Councillor Carlson, be it resolved the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee approve the minutes of the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee meeting held on July 10th, 2025 and authorize the Mayor and City Clerk to sign the same. And number 2, receive for information status of directed resolutions for September 11th, 2025. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any questions from my colleagues? I reviewed the minutes and the status of directed resolutions. I caught nothing except the Mayor voted against my only resolution at the last meeting, and it made me sad. But other than that, unless my colleagues have something.
Can I vote against this one now?
Yes.
Just to make you double sad? Or oh, yeah, that's right. All right. So with that, there's nothing more to add.
Call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. Thank you. I'm just going to take just 2 minutes here. We did move something up on the agenda, so I just need to go and grab my technology here quickly. So a couple minutes just to do that. I know there's a few of us that we'll be right back. All right. Thank you for your patience. I think we've just connected with technology here. And we do have Mr. Gallucci, the Acting Chief Executive Officer for the Lethbridge and District Exhibition, to provide a monthly financial reporting. So, Mr. Gallucci, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Oh, great. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, so I wanted to provide an update. This is as of July the 31st for LDE. We're still working in August. And also, if it is all right with Economic SPC, we would give you we have a tentative kind of Whoop Up Days report that I can verbally speak to update everyone on as well. For the ending July, you probably saw that we're ending the that month with a deficit of 1.3 million. This is an increase of 303,000. The increase is predominantly forwarding a number of expenses for Whoop Up Days that we have to advance. It breaks down into a few different areas like security, deposits for entertainment, and a few other things. And then, of course, some regular operational items. Our rentals were pretty strong for that month, given it's a soft time of the year, but at 60,000, which were quite good. And then, of course, we've used our entire provincial one-time grant up, which was our intention to do it by the end of July, applying that to a variety of utilities and a few other things that have lowered our overall grant requirements from the city. The other ones are pretty much self-explanatory. Again, wages were a little bit higher, and that's due to casual labor that we have to start. The rodeo and a few other things really start up in July to prep the fields and get everything in place, especially with this year because there was an Indigenous rodeo ahead of us. So we just wanted to make sure that we had everything in place, and we were assisting them somewhat with that event as well in order for it to be successful. In the comparison, compared to July 31st, 2024, we are showing a difference of about 1 million to the better. It has, at that point in time, we were just starting to change our food and beverage program somewhat. We were able to change a number of other things. So, but we're definitely in a better position than we were a year ago. And I think some of those programs have really paid off for us. We do see a number of other changes we have to make. Most of those will be implemented in October and November, where we start to, when we're able to make a few more moves, shift a few more things just due to contracts changes and a few other things. So we'll see some more improvements later in the year as we follow through on this. On the Whoop Up Days, just to give you a quick brief summary, some of it is already known. Our attendance this year, you know, we would really want to take this time to thank the Lethbridge community. They really got on board with us, which was fantastic. And not just the Lethbridge community, Lethbridge and district community, the larger area, which really worked in a number of different ways to make it successful. The weather really helped. It was nice to see the sunshine. You know, we do need rain, but sometimes we can go without it for things like this. Overall, we saw an attendance of 54,865 people that passed through the gates. This is for both the rodeo and Whoop Up Days. And that's an increase of 14,687 from last year. Last year was a record attendance on a paid admission at the 40,000 6,178. What this has resulted in is a net gain overall with Whoop Up Days and Rodeo of 405,000 this year compared to last year where we were around 215. If you add in our grants that we were able to apply, which is another 100,000, we were able to take that to 505,000 for a net gain. And this will vary somewhat, I would say, by 5,000 to 10,000 because we don't have all the bills in. But I think we're pretty close on this one. We already know what we're expecting, even though they're not in. Overall, the community group area was really active. We had a number of different community groups involved, and that was about 30 different groups took place in our family fun zone and the greater area that we sold items and had our trade events. And they came from 1 to 5 days, and it varied. But each group had a chance to showcase what they wanted to do, how they wanted to do it. Some were very active. We really appreciated, Alberta Milk, the Alberta Chicken Producers, and a few others. But overall, we had a really good turnout of people from the food bank to the Old Man River Potters Guild and several others. Two groups in particular, the Prostate Cancer Center had the man van out front, which really got good attendance. And we did have the Calgary Arts Development had the Blackfoot Art Showcase in their powwow this year. In these numbers, the powwow was also a record turnout, and also the rodeo itself moved from roughly, it had a gain of about 1,900 people to almost 9,000 people, which was included in those numbers previous. For fundraising to help out some groups, Jumbo Bites this year instead of ears was with the International Baseball Foundation, and they just about sold out the bites. So again, a success for them. We're happy to have them on board. We have the under-19 Lethbridge Rattlers Ringette, who would clean up the grounds, get to keep all the pop bottles and cans and things. They made over 3,000. And then we did have about 19 community events were hosted across the city, which was really something we appreciate when the community gets involved, and that's everything from the Southland Breakfast to Pancake Breakfast to other ones, and the Mayor's Barbecue and a few other things that took place. Just a few other notes. We did try this year to extend into Sunday. Now this was a condensed version. It was a lower admission price. We thought we would test the waters to see how that would work. It was the rides and the food trucks only with some of the food areas. That did not result as well as we had hoped. We had a little over 1,000, almost 1,200 people in attendance, not quite where we wanted to be. We'll have to reevaluate if we want to continue to do that. We're leaning a little bit more into building out more things into the Tuesdays and Wednesdays to build up the numbers there. Maybe we're just not ready for a Sunday just yet, but it was a good opportunity to try it and test it out. And from there, that is about it for the presentation and the speaking of it. Any questions you may have?
Right, you can have a seat, Mr. Gallucci. We'll just ask if there's anybody in the public that wishes to make a presentation regarding this monthly financial report. Please come up and state your name for the record. We know Mr. Feenstra, but we'll put that for the record. And yes, Mr. Barney Feenstra.
Any comments on Mr. Gallucci's report? But I do have a question, and I would like to direct it to you, Mr. Mayor, if I can, about the finances at the LDE. So if you don't mind, I want to come back and deal with the $18 million loan. The city borrowed $18 million from the province, then lent it to the LDE, then made money available to the LDE to make some of the payments. Then the city finally forgave the whole $18 million loan and then claimed to make or save $15 million, even though the city still owed the province $18 million. I'd like to see your comments on that if you can.
It's to make a presentation. It's not to question members of council. Sorry, Mr. Feenstra, but you can make a presentation. And if there's any information that needs to be added, that's fine. But usually when you come up, it's called presentation. It's not for questions. So thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Okay, so you're not going to answer the question?
I won't get into details now, no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a nice day.
Anyone else from the public who wish to make a presentation at this time? All right. Seeing none, we'll turn the time over for questions. Councillor Dodick. Deputy Mayor
Well, I was going to ask about the loan, but Mr. Feenstra has left. But talk a little bit about that loan. My understanding is, and this is going to be, as my understanding, correct question to the city treasurer, is that there was a loan that the LDE wanted to obtain, but was unable to obtain it from conventional sources. So essentially, the city basically borrowed the money from the province, and the LDE then essentially became a guarantor of the loan. But that loan went into default in terms of LDE paying the city, not in terms of the loan being paid to the province. So my understanding is that the city paid off the loan faster to reduce the amount of interest actually to be paid. Nevertheless, there was a significant loan that the city did have to basically backstop the LDE, I keep forgetting their name, and that's an ongoing obligation at this point. Is that correct? Oh, after all that?
So Mr. Feenstra, thank you for coming back here. The questions you asked could be asked of administration, which was being done now. So I think it's important, if possible, if you can listen to your question being directed to administration. So Councillor Dodick, sorry, Deputy Mayor Dodick, if you could just repeat what you were telling to the rest of the public.
Okay, the question I had asked, and it was actually a relatively lengthy one, but thanks to Councillor Parker, I have to repeat it, assuming I can repeat it. Anyways, basically the question I was asking was with respect to the $18 million loan. And I basically said that this was a, am I correct, kind of question. And my understanding is that the LDE, Lethbridge District Exhibition, was going to contribute, or I'll use the term loosely, contribute $18 million plus towards the facility that exists there now. They were not able to get the loans through conventional lending institutions for various reasons, which really aren't important now, but what they did was approach the city, ask the city to use their borrowing powers with the province to actually borrow the $18 million. And the arrangement or the agreement was that the LDE would pay back the city the borrowing amounts plus the interest at that time. But because the LDE was not able to meet their financial obligation to the city, because with their agreement with the province, actually had to pay it back. So far, am I correct?
Sorry, Mr. Yes, in the sense that we had, one thing I want to clarify is that there's two loans, as you mentioned. There was a loan between the city and the province for $17.8 million. And then there was a subsequent loan agreement between the city And the exhibition for the equal amount, just as you're stating, and what happened there in that receivable piece was that they would pay us back, then they ran into problems. And then subsequently, yes, of course, we have to pay that regardless. So every month we would pay that loan all the way through, even if they gave us the money along. And then, of course, that would reimburse out of pockets for us. All of a sudden, they weren't able to do that any longer.
Okay. And the second part of the question was, although I had ruled it into one question, was that the city, because of the interest rates were higher at the time that the loan was obtained, determined that they would pay back the full amount presumably with a penalty at a reduced rate, so that the ultimate cost to the city was still the $18 million plus some interest, which the LDE did not pay. But the intent was to reduce the interest costs that the city were obligated to pay in any event.
Yes, so, and I'll give you, so then on that regard, so maintaining that loan, external loan, for 30 years, if it went all the way through, so just like a house, if you look at from the time you buy it, you get $100,000, but you pay way more than $100,000 at the end of that loan if you pay it out the whole period. The loan for $17.8 million at 5.11% came to $35 million with interest payments all the way through if we maintain that loan until that period of time. Because of the financial difficulties inside of there, we looked at paying out that loan, and therefore had to pay $20 million of that. And the difference of that $20 million came from, one, grants, how we funded it, and the other is now paying back through our pay-as-you-go program to our reserves. We're paying ourselves back internally the remaining $10 million over a period of time.
Okay. And in looking at the statements in 5.1, now I'm old school, so I have page 6 and page 7 of 9. It talks about long-term debt, and it seems to be for the ending July 31, 2025, it talks about $108,629, which is exactly the same amount that shows up in the 8 months ended June 30th. Is that the payments of the city with respect to the loan that we've just been talking about?
Yes, so the way it works inside of for LDD's financial statements, they're not on the same calendar year as ourselves. So as of November 1st, theirs goes from November 1st until October 31st. So the last loan payment that had to be paid on that was December 15th, 2024. So that's the portion of the loan that was relative to that November-December period, those number of days would be that $108,000.
Okay, thank you. Now, my question is of Mr. Feenstra. Did I miss anything? Yeah, could you come forward? Oh, sorry. I heard that you're slightly hard of hearing and that you didn't hear all of the question and all of the answer. Okay, my understanding is that the answer given by the city treasurer with respect to the loan that was basically backstopped, that the LDE, let me head back a little bit. The LDE was not able to borrow $18 million, which they had committed to pay towards the Lethbridge and District exhibition. They couldn't get it through their traditional funding sources for whatever reasons. So they approached the city. The city then borrowed the $18 million. They then effectively became, to use loosely, the guarantor of the loan. The Lethbridge and District exhibition was unable to pay that back. As a result, the city had no choice. They were legally obligated to pay the loan back. The loan was in the approximate amount of $18 million at an interest rate at the time that it was given, which was higher than it was recently. So rather than pay the interest or make the principal and interest payments, the city then did a different loan with the province at a reduced rate. Nevertheless, the bottom line is that there was an $18 million loan or thereabouts that was the obligation of the Lethbridge and District exhibition that they were not able to pay, and the city had no choice but to pay it.
Okay, well, I'm not a financial genius, but you confuse me. I'd like to keep it as simple as possible. If I borrow $18 million from you and I cannot pay it back, and you'll even accommodate me to make a couple of payments, as has happened, that's not in dispute, I cannot make that payment. It's borrowed money to start with. So if the LDE cannot pay back the city the $18 million, and I don't care what the interest rate is or the terms and how long it takes, if they cannot pay it back, the city is out $18 million because it went to the building. It's gone. The city still owes the province $18 million.
Okay, yes.
So you're saying you borrow $18 million at a lower rate so you can pay back the province? And save
No,
50
no. What the city treasurer was saying was when the initial $18 million was borrowed, it was borrowed at, let's say, X% interest. When it came, when the Lethbridge and District Exhibition could not make the loan payments at the interest rate that was prescribed at that time, the city made a deal with the province because the interest rates were lower to make the payments back at a reduced rate, at the new reduced rate. They had to pay a penalty for that, but in the long term, because it was a long-term loan, there is, I'll use the term loosely, a savings, but there was a financial difficulty for the city less than what would have been because they were able to negotiate a lower interest payment. The LDE was on the hook. The LDE is, and legal can correct me on that, but as far as I know, there's no civil avenue to be able to pursue them for the shortfall. As a result, the city has to pay the money back.
Okay, well, listen, I don't want to take up any more of your time. You lost me, so you lost a whole lot of other people that you're not even aware of, but thank you for your time, and carry on.
Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Maybe I'll just try to put a bow on it in the sense that to tie up loose ends. LDE could not make the loan payments that they were required to make to the city for the city to pay off the province. The city has to pay it. They negotiated a deal with the province. The loan, the principal still was payable, whatever was owing, but the interest rate has been reduced because of the negotiation.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick there. One difference there is no outstanding loan with the province at all. So when we paid this off, we paid it off on December 16th. So you are right that we had to pay a penalty, an amount at that time to pay this off. And of course, the total cost of the loan and so forth that time was $20 million of that. But what happened after that is how we paid the province back was from our own internal savings. So there is no external loan still on the books anywhere for the exhibition for that amount, for the exhibition. Now it's actually $7.3 million of that $20 million roughly came from our grants. And another $10 million came out of our internal loan. And when we're talking about the $20 million too, we're talking about the amount of payments of the total loan that came through. So some of the confusion out there, I think, is that people think that we still have a loan to the province. We don't. The province is totally paid off. That ended in December 16th of 2024.
Okay, no, it confused me a little bit because I think it might confuse the public. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and but the reality is that there was an $18 million obligation that the LDE did not meet. The city had to pay that $18 million obligation, and in fact, it cost the city taxpayer at least that $18 million, whether it was through a loan payments to the province or through internal borrowings or whatever other source. It was a cost to the city.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have two questions, one to Mr. Matthews to begin with. What is the value of the Lethbridge and District Exhibition building and grounds currently?
It's approximately $77 million.
So we paid $18 million, and what are the other obligations we made to acquire a $77 million asset?
So there was a little bit more in that because we had the $25 million that Ridge put in, and then of course the roughly, I would say around the $20 million mark there, time everything's said and done, from the point of view of those other payments. If you count in the payments that were we gave funding for emergency funding to the exhibition, and of course then the ongoing pieces, but we got Yes, I think where you're going is we have the asset. Yeah, we have the asset.
Okay.
And we have a $77 million asset
Right.
on the books.
And irrespective of the amount which we've had to pay, which is significant, no one will dispute that, we have a $77 million asset, which is substantially greater than our initial investment. Grants and income or revenues. What is our net of expenses for Whoop Up Days? Do we have that number?
Yeah, it is. And this includes the rodeo as well. So when we do it, it's Whoop Up Days, rodeo,
The entire event?
Yeah.
Yep.
Roughly, we sit around, we're just shy of $1 million in expenses.
$1 million in expenses, and and we received about 505,000 in.
Yeah, we're about
Profits?
1.4 million in revenue and another 100 in grants. Yep.
Okay, so what did Whoop Up Days cost the citizens of Lethbridge? Net any income? What did it cost us? Because I'm not sure that I understand what you're saying there very much.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson.
Very much.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I know Mr. Gallucci and I have talked about this, but I just want to sum up what I've been hearing from the public. They would love more free things. I think you will hear that, to the rest of the time, because who doesn't want more free things? The parade was awesome. They love the more community involvement throughout Whoop Up Days overall, and they'd love to see that continue to grow. And basically, they had a really good Whoop Up Days, and thank you. And so that sums up what I heard, and I am finally back to enjoying pancakes again. And it's a personal thing. But no, it was a very good Whoop Up Days. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. She's going back to pancakes. I still haven't quite got that out of my system. Yeah, but Deputy Mayor Dodick.
Actually, I was going to save this to the debate, but I'm going to follow up on what Councillor Crowson said. I have contributed mightily to the success of the fair, taking in total 8 grandkids on 2 separate days to the fair. They also enjoyed the parade. I agreed to ride in the city carriage, and I use the term carriage loosely, mainly a wagon pulled by some horses, but they really enjoyed it, especially once they were able to get off the wagon and hand out candy. But the fair was, you're right, the weather was absolutely awesome. I was there 2 days with the grandkids. I wanted to mention, or as a word of advice to people, that there's this one ride that's really high, and it's on a swing, and it goes around horizontally quite fast. And 2 of my grandkids really enjoy that ride, and I would recommend to people not to go on the ride if you've had the smoked Montreal meat poutine. I went there, the guy saw me with a cane, asked me if I wanted to have a go. I said yes. Came off, the grandkids want to do it again. Guy looks at me again, says, "You want to go?" And I go again. After the second ride, I tell the grandkids, "Run, let's get out of here." Anyways, thank you, it was an awesome job.
Well, to continue debate, is there anyone, I think we're done questions, anyone to continue debate? Seeing no further debate, thank you, Mr. Gallucci. It was a great time had by all, not just the events at exhibition, but all of Whoop Up Days. So thanks to our team and everyone who was involved to make that a success. And we're looking forward to 2026 and what's to come. So thank you. So a resolution here I have from Acting Mayor Palladino. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council, number 1, receive for information Lethbridge and District Exhibition monthly financial operating report for the months ended June and July 2025. And number 2, revise the March 12th, 2024 Council resolution to remove the requirement of LDE to submit the LDE monthly operating report at the conclusion of the organization's 2024-2025 fiscal year on October 31st, 2025. Annual audit financial statement submission will end with the receipt of the 2024-2025 fiscal year end close. Number 3, require Eventco to submit to City Council through the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee the following: Eventco monthly operating report commencing with the financial month end of October 31st, 2025 and continuing for each month thereafter. And B, Eventco annual audited financial statement submission will begin for the 2025 fiscal year. And further resolve that Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee forward this item to the September 16th, 2025 council meeting as an item of urgent business. Acting Mayor Palladino.
Questions, I would call for the vote. Oh, it is, sorry.
All right, although we went through questions, we'll go for another round. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Just a question. So the next time that the Lethbridge District Exhibition will actually report to a future body, would it be November?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin, to Councillor Middleton Hope. So as we transition towards the new models and so forth inside of that, Eventco will be the new body that will actually provide the operating components, whereas LDE or LDAS in the future will be a community group, and so they will no longer be coming to council necessarily to provide the information, because it's not the same operational piece. It's now the Ag Society, where we will be the Ag Society in that component. It might come a little bit more clear once I go through the presentation later this afternoon in regards to the MCC development, where I'll explain some of those other timeline components inside of there. But the reason why we have the resolution in the manner we have it here is to continue the reporting coming from the Eventco, similar to what you would have received in the past from LDE, which is where the operating grants and the city piece would be.
Perhaps I can make this a little simpler. When is Mr. Gallucci coming back?
So then I guess that would be November, from that point of view.
Okay, thank you.
November. All right. Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Yep, and through you, Chair, to the city manager designate, because we just got the LDE update and we do have a shift to Eventco in this motion. Can you give us a bit of an update on why that shift, or is that coming later today? It's just so that the public understands why we're moving from an LDE update to an Eventco update.
I think, too, if we would have done it in the order that we had started before making this change, we would have heard why that is. But
certainly, but we had
put
public
5.1 forward.
No, that's totally fine, and thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, for that regard. So, as part of for members of Economic SBC and I know for the community-wise, just for some clarity, so back in May of this year, City Council approved the creation of our nonprofit corporation, which is Eventco, which will all start creating which will run the Agri-Food and Trade Center going forward, and as well as directing administration to work with LDE to refocus and reorganize the LDE back to its roots of being the Lethbridge District Agricultural Society. The difference and the reason why, and the reporting difference is as LDAS, being the Agricultural Society, moves into their new role, their funding will come from the provincial government only and AGLC. Revenues. And so what that means is that no longer is city funding anything to do with the Agricultural Society, and so the reporting pieces will switch. Later this afternoon, as I go through the MCC update, I will talk about all of these pieces in more hopefully not too much granularity, but in some granularity as we go through it. Hopefully that'll make it a little bit more clear for both members of council and also the community.
Thank you. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Mr. Matthews. Any further questions? And the question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. I have a resolution here from Councillor Parker that we enter closed session. Be it resolved that Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee enter a closed meeting at 1:20 p.m. to discuss confidential matters with respect to item 7.1, Economic Development, Lethbridge Fee-for-Service Cost Benefit Analysis Review, update as per sections 19, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, 28, local public body confidences, 29, advice from officials, 31, testing procedures, tests and audits, and 32, privileged information of the Access to Information Act. Councillor Parker. Question been called. All in favor? And with that, we'll go into closed. All right, we'll continue on with, if we're okay, we do have, we're live now, Elizabeth? We're good? Okay. We'll continue on with presentations. 5.2, Mr. Matthews, regarding municipally controlled corporation development update. So we'll turn the time over to yourself.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. And thank you, members. I would like to start and give a background of the steps that led to the development of the city-controlled non-profit Event Co. and the return of the Lethbridge District Agriculture Society to a community organization. The city created the nonprofit Event Co. after completing the LDE Phase 1 review in November of 2024. From that review, the City Council decided on December 10th to look at setting up a municipally controlled corporation. The goal was to explore consolidating event attraction under one organization, work with Lethbridge and District Exhibition and the province on governance, and review new partnership models to benefit the community. The first step happened on May 8th, 2025, when the Economic and Finance SPC got an update. Deloitte shared possible models, benefits, challenges, and evaluation framework for the MCC. At the same meeting, City Administration explained the parallel work to set up the Event Co. and the governance changes needed at LDE to meet provincial requirements. On May 27, 2025, Council approved creating Event Co. as a city-controlled nonprofit to manage the exhibition grounds. Council also supported reorganizing LDE so it could return to the agricultural focus under the new LDES, or Lethbridge District Agriculture Society structure. Today's presentation will show the progress made so far in developing Event Co. and supporting LDE's move to the community-based LDES governance model. It will also outline the next steps, which include exploring and analyzing the possibilities of consolidating event attraction across Lethbridge. This will build on Deloitte's earlier work and will include a review of city-owned and operated event facilities, city-controlled event facilities, and other tourism and economic development services that support event attraction. Next slide. This slide here talks about where we're at or moving towards. For members of Economic SPC, we had shared this back in May. This is how the difference between, on the one side, you'll see the Lethbridge and District Agriculture Society looking after fundraising and event initiatives, and the Regional Ag Society's annual operating grant priorities. On the other side, or the Event Co. side of the world, you'll see that the city, it's a City of Lethbridge controlled nonprofit corporation, being Event Co. And it looks after the venue operations and maintenance of the facility, the special events, banquets, meetings, sporting events, and trade and convention as some of the different aspects. Next slide. One more, actually. So since May 27th, administration and LD have made progress across several areas for reorganizing and refocusing to LDES. On the legal side, updated LDES articles were filed, requirements with the province and EGLC were addressed, and we received approval to transfer all assets to Event Co. Operations are advancing with the director recruitment, updated board policies, and shareholder package development. As well in some of the finance areas, work is underway on financial reporting, banking, finalizing of the budgets. And for communications, we've reviewed current LD branding and future branding plans for LDES. Next slide. Similarly, for Event Co., there has been several key steps completed. On the legal front, Event Co. is now formally registered in Alberta with ongoing discussions with the province on its model and benefits, and official approval secured for the asset transfer. Operationally, planning is underway to transition assets and staff from LDES to Event Co. In finance, once again on this side, there is a budget, a 2026 stub-year budget that's being finalized. It was part of the package that's here today. And new financial systems and reporting structures established and GST registration implemented, all while ensuring Event Co. consolidation will be consolidated into the city's audited statements. On the communications, the board has approved Event Co. branding, and work is progressing on the new website. Next slide. Looking ahead, there are several key milestones to complete the Eventco and LDS transition. These include the public share launch, vetting and listing of board nominations, and transitioning to a community-based LDS board. Governance will be finalized with elected members, followed by transfer of assets and staff to Eventco and full operationalization of the new model. Next slide. Whoop. Let's see here. We got one more. There we go. Actually, one more back. Sorry. There. So as noted earlier, the completion of the creation of Eventco as a city-controlled nonprofit to manage the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center and the reorganizing of LD so it could return to the agricultural focus under LDS structure was completed only the future of LD governance model portion of the original December 10th, 2024 resolution still needs to be worked on. So if you go to the next slide. So what's on the slide here is actually the basis of the 2024 council resolution, which, with the governance model complete, administration is now shifting to business and strategic planning for Eventco. This work will explore how event attractions across Lethbridge could be considered and consolidate, and how unutilized LDE space could be leveraged for greater community benefit. To do this, administration will review city-owned and contracted event facilities and tourism and economic development municipal services. To complete the selection of a city-owned and contracted event facilities, administration will develop a clear selection criteria to determine which facilities are selected for possible synergies or potential options for consolidation with Eventco. The assessment of potential synergies or opportunities to consolidate tourism and economic development municipal services within Eventco will be part of the EDL and Tourism Lethbridge fee-for-service CBA reviews. Both these reviews require administration to determine whether the City of Lethbridge will be best served by continuing with existing MOU and fee-for-service modeling or considering other models for the delivery of such services. Like the analysis of city-owned and contracted event facilities, this option will look at whether streamlining tourism and operations will reduce the overall funding requirements for the city, whether it will aid in developing a unified marketing strategy that enhances the city's brand through a cohesive strategy, aid in the optimization of resources, and or foster stronger collaborations with event attractions and stakeholders within the community. Next slide. As outlined earlier this year within Deloitte presentation at the May Economic and Finance SPC, the initial visioning and road mapping session highlighting the importance of these next steps was presented to ensure the success of the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center. The session outlined 5 key goals for the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center. 1, to reduce municipal funding to Eventco, to improve efficiency and ROI from event attraction spending, build a stronger and unified Lethbridge brand, diversify event venue revenues to drive jobs, tourism, and investment, and support stakeholders while preserving a signature community asset. It also highlights several key risks, including stakeholder resistance to change and the need for strong execution as a new model will face heightened scrutiny in the early years. Next slide. This slide shows the timeframes and connections between the MCC, EDL, and Tourism Lethbridge reviews, with multiple touch points for council. The review of city-owned and contracted event facilities will be phased, with phase 1 will focus on facilities with the strongest potential to reduce costs, unify marketing, optimize resources, and strengthen stakeholder collaboration, while phase 2 will look at facilities with lower potential. The EDL and TL reviews are expected to conclude by March 2026, with outcomes feeding into the Eventco's future strategy business case and implementation plan, where phase 1 is targeted for July of 2026 completion. And with that, I'll open up for questions.
We have no, we do have Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Matthews, for walking us through that. And I'm sorry I showed up late, so maybe this was answered. before I got here, but I'll ask anyways. There's a bunch of budgets attached to this. Is that something you want to walk us through, or anything we have to deal with, or is it all going to be accomplished through existing budgets, just moving them around, or is it something council needs to make some changes to?
So thank you, Councillor Carlson, for that. I'm just going to, when you say budgets, for clarification, are you mean just the budget to do the work, or are you meaning the budgets for the actual organizations?
There are Eventco proposed budget. There is Eventco proposed budget again.
Oh, yes,
There's
okay.
those things in there, and I'm just not sure if it was proposed that accomplished through already approved budgets, but council approved budgets for certain things. Do we need to consolidate? I'm not sure how this happens.
No, I understand the question.
Thank you.
So in regards to it, one of the things back in December of 2024 is when we come forward with any of the business case model or potential options, and what I really want to stress, they're potential options. It doesn't mean that any of them necessarily would occur. We would have budgetary impacts of what those would be at that time. So at this stage here, no, there's nothing to deal with within budgets. We haven't done that work yet. That would be in the future to go through and take a look. And really what we're talking about, is there synergies? You know, is there cost savings? Is there things that are actually work better but maybe cost more? I don't, you know, as you go along, but it should be looked together. Or is it just status quo in the way that Eventco is currently looking at? Each one of them will have different budget options. Currently, there's nothing for council to make a decision on at this time. That being said, all of that would be consideration, and my future me would probably say to members of council to consider those for the 2028 operating budget, because of course there would be things to be considered along that way and timing for things to get done.
What is in my package as proposed is it should be current.
There's two different things. Yes. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Now I get even further your conversation. So the latter part of the presentation was talking about all the option analysis of potentially what could happen in future Eventco, or at least for things for consideration. What you're seeing in the package today is the actual budgets for this period existing, and it's tying to the existing funding that's already approved by council. Perfect. Yeah. Thank you. My apologies. I wasn't catching that.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager designate, which I'm guessing is Mr. Matthews. Going back to what Councillor Carlson was just asking, insofar as those budgets go, we are projecting significant losses every year. So how are those going to be dealt with?
So I'll take you back to a little bit of a journey last year in December when council took a look at their, if I remember right, on one of them you'll see that it's 1.6 million loss in 2025, I believe is that one. That was the amount of budget of operating grant that council put forward in the 4.1 million coming from one-time funding. Okay. So that's where it comes from. And then, of course, there'll be other decisions that will have to happen coming into 2027 in regards to that.
Okay, so that 1 point, we've got 650,000 at the end of this year and then 1.6 at the end of next year. That's all part of the 4.1 million.
That's part of the 4.1 that council already approved through one-time funding last December. Okay.
And then just going back to item 5.1 today, there is discussion in there that as we move over under the new organization, the city will no longer control the new organization, but we will provide funding to the new organization. Under the 4.1, we provided that grant funding.
So maybe, well, the easiest way for me to explain that, if I could get you to back up the slides, I think to the third slide from the beginning, the one that has the, right there, yeah, the future sustainability model. So what we were talking about in that regard on this, as of today, the organization that the city is controlling is the Lethbridge and District Exhibition. In this example, you're seeing it as Lethbridge and District Ag Society. In that's where the funding historically has been going. Like all the funding was under one big organization. As it transitioned between the two, what remains is the Lethbridge District Ag Society does not receive any funding from the city of Lethbridge. Therefore, they don't necessarily have to come to council because there isn't a funding formula for it. They get all their funding from either from the Ag Society, from the provincial government, or through AGLC funding sources. When on the opposite side, in Eventco, that is where the $4.1 million of the city component. Now, not all 4.1 goes there directly. Some of that is the internal pieces that we have on our side of the fence, but the 1.6 million you're referring to is in this side of the world. Ultimately, though, the annual cost to the city for Eventco is 4.1. Some of it's on our city side, some of it's on grants that go out to the Eventco. I'd have to get a little bit more information for a graphic if you want, but to break that out. But that's essentially how it works.
Okay, no, that makes sense. And the 4.1 is one time. As Eventco, in theory, grows its business case, we should not always be funding 4.1 million. They should be able to start making money as Councillor Dodic goes and spends more money at Whoop Up Days.
So it would be great. We would need a few more Councillor Dodics for a while now. So the truth of the matter is, when you remember back in December when we had discussions on it, there was a number of different options for funding for council to consider. One of them was by paying the 2025 and 2026 budgets through one-time funding. That still will put an operating budget pressure in 2027. So what that means is that $4.1 million doesn't necessarily go away. It just means that at that time, we have to look at other means. Now, of course, council also asked us to take a look at where we can on efficiencies. And some of the work that you're seeing in this very MCC is the reason why we're looking at all of this as well. And the reason, and frankly, the spirit of why council approved that other resolution for the MCC component, to look at synergies across the way to help start and reduce down these operating grants in the future going out for it, on it. But to answer a very long answer to that question, the portion, and if memory serves, the portion of the 4.1 that's one-time ongoing piece is about $2.4 million of a pressure, which will hit in if I recall, and I might have that wrong, so I have to go back, but I'm just recalling off the top of my head, that we'll have to take a look at in 2027.
Yeah. Okay. And then just one final question. Again, then we're going to see monthly reporting coming from Eventco back to City Council on how Eventco is doing, because it's that separate organization
That's right.
that we will be monitoring.
That is correct. So even though it's city controlled, it is a separate legal entity. They'll have its own separate board on that, and it's also important that the reporting still comes through. That's why administration took a look at making sure the reporting is transitioning from LDE to Eventco, and including even, for example, like the annual reports coming to council as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. In regards to the organizational structure of Eventco, when will it actually commence existence? And do we have a process to identify who will actually be running it on behalf of the city?
Yeah, so on the Eventco component, it's already in existence as of today. So it got its society's approval, I believe, on July 2nd. So now when I say that, it's not operational yet from the point of view that the assets haven't transferred and all that component. That'll come up here in the fall. That's showing on there. As for the board piece, it's very similar to it right now. It's the same thing as what LDE was. It's members of the executive committee that are on the board pieces as we start transitioning this piece and building this for a while.
So in terms of targeting who the CEO is, who is that? Or will we know in the future?
I'll leave that for the board chair.
You will know by the end of this month.
Great, thank you.
I see no further questions in the queue, so I'll read the resolution to open debate. From Councillor Middleton Hope, Municipally Controlled Corporation Development Update. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee received for information the Municipal Controlled Corporation Development Update. So to open debate, Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to Mr. Matthews for the the explanation and to my colleagues for the questions. It appears that this is going to be very fluid, and we're going to have more information, I take it, over the course of the next month in regards to the organizational structure and how it's actually going to function. I'm wondering if there are any questions in debate or comments in debate by my colleagues. I don't see any.
I see none in the queue.
Then thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will call the question.
Question been called. All in favor? And any opposed? One opposed? All right. Next, Mr. Matthews, regarding a tax and assessment notices report, and I'll turn the time over to you for that.
Thank you, members of Economic SBC. I will have, well, actually, is this a submission or is it a presentation of this one? I think this one's a submission, if I remember. Is it on presentations? Okay, we can do it as a presentation. Why not?
Whoa, 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 whoa. You don't have to do it as a presentation. If it's, is it just, can it be as a?
Well, it really comes down to.
Since it's in the submit, or since it's in the presentation, maybe do a high level and we can ask the questions.
Sounds good. I was so close. Okay, let me just bring it up here on this. Okay. So, and I'll walk you through here today we do have in the audience with us, we have Miss Jennifer Jared. Will come up, and I'm not sure if Miss Waylogie would like to join as well too. And they'll probably walk you through this part of the presentation if that's okay. And then of course we'll any questions we'll go from there.
So thank you, members of Economic and Finance SBC, for having me here today to present you with some options for the tax and assessment notices for the 2026 taxation year. My name is Jennifer Jared, and I have here with me Amy Waylogie, the Acting Assessment and Taxation Manager, to help answer any questions at the end. Next slide. The reason I'm here today is to report back on this resolution from the March 13th, 2025 Economic and Finance SPC meeting. If you jump down to the third paragraph, City Council had directed administration to prepare a report on tax and assessment notice options. That includes 2 separate notices and mailings for both the municipal and education components, and or changes to both the assessment and tax notices, along with potential sample notices with included costs for each option. So there are 2 main things I would like to talk about. First, I will present the options for tax notices, and then I will present the options for the assessment notices. Next slide. So our team has directly engaged with the city's tax system provider to explore options for making customizations in our tax system, as well as engaged with our internal staff to explore ways we could create these invoices if the vendor isn't able to make these changes on time. However, in consultation with our internal legal department and considering the City of Edmonton's council meetings regarding a similar matter, we have also come to the conclusion that the option to separate the tax notices into 2 notices and mailing them out separately would not be in compliance with the MGA. Essentially, the MGA requires a single tax notice, and separating them could result in the tax notices being deemed invalid, potentially preventing collection of the property taxes and likely requiring ministerial intervention. Next slide. So this is the section of the MGA, section 334, that mentions what is required to be contained in a tax notice. We understand that council would like property taxpayers to know that the total amount of property taxes collected does not entirely go to the city, and that a portion of this is collected on behalf of the province and Green Acres, and we have to make quarterly payments to them on requisitions that we receive from them. So we came up with some alternative options that are in compliance with the MGA. Next slide. Option 2 is the recommended option that we are presenting, and it is an enhanced 1-page tax notice. Our assessment and taxation team has been able to develop an in-house modification to the current tax notice template and have been able to separate the municipal component from the requisition components and show subtotals of each component so they are presented separately on the tax notice. Option 3 is to separate the municipal component from the requisitioned component with a page break between them so they print on separate pages. This 2-page notice could still be considered one notice and sent in one envelope for mailing. Next slide. These are just the one-time and ongoing costs of doing option 1, which is to do 2 separate tax notices and mailings. One-time funding of $243,687 would be required to scope the project and customize the tax system with the vendor and develop communication to the public to help prevent confusion. The ongoing costs of $190,300 would include printing and mailing costs of about $64,000, as well as additional support staff and system maintenance due to the customization. Next slide, please. Option 2, which is the recommended option, has no additional costs since the tax notice has already been enhanced with an in-house modification to show the municipal component and the requisitioned component separately. Next slide, please. Option 3, to do a 2-page tax notice within one mailing, has a one-time cost of $53,987 and ongoing cost of $40,500. Next slide. Next, I will go into the options for the assessment notice side. So option 1 is to add the 3-year history of assessment values on assessment notices. So this is similar to what other municipalities have already done. Option 2 is to add the 3-year history assessment values in option 1 and also add a visual graph showing the percentage change in the value of the property compared to the typical percentage change on the assessment notices. Next slide. Option 1, to add the 3-year assessment history, would have a one-time cost of $41,487 due to the customization and ongoing annual costs of $46,800 for additional support staff and system maintenance. Next slide. Option 2 would have one-time costs of $78,997 and ongoing annual costs of $87,000. Next slide. Before we go into questions, I would like to refer you to the attachments, if that's okay, to show you the samples of what each option looks like. If you're in the agenda package online, it'll be the very next page. Yeah, that would be great.
Is that something, Elizabeth? Oh, that's probably what you're looking at. That can go. Maybe we can start with questions, and then, of course, we will, if that comes to be seen. We'll start off with some questions. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you for the work on this. Certainly, it's not easy to not only create, but to make sure we're following the MDA, et cetera. We've looked at the costs and we've looked at some options. At any point, did we print some of these off and show them to regular taxpayers to see effectiveness? I mean, I hate to pick like the cheaper option just to find that everybody looks at it goes, we still don't understand it. So have we actually shown these to people to say, these are some proposals, what works?
So we have developed samples that we have in the attachments for each of them, and we have, talked to internal staff, and these were developed in-house so that we could show you what they could.
No, I've seen that, but have you actually taken them to like 10 people in the community and say, we're trying to have you see that there's a provincial part and a local part. Is it effective to real people? We've seen it. We know it works. Staff are going to be able to see it, but did you actually test its effectiveness with the community? Well, I know, but I know what I mean. But I mean, it depends what staff. If you ask finance staff, they're going to understand it. They're finance staff.
Sorry, we have taken it to ELT, so we have taken it to the,
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that because, like, again, I don't want to do all the work, send it out to the public, and they go, I don't know what your message was.
Yeah, so for example, out of all the options, or if council wanted to narrow it down, we could do a sample with some community members or something to see.
Yeah, that just makes
That's a
sense to me.
decision-
I don't want
decision of
us doing
committee.
the work and spending the money and then still not getting the message across. And yeah, like I said, financial people, you are going to look at that and go, well, of course I understand it because you understand it.
But in addition to that, thank you, Councillor Croson. In addition to that, I'd like to say that here's the different options. Here's the cost implication, because you have to put that with them, I think, because
Yeah.
it's important
It's
that they
the
know there's
return
a
on
cost that
investment.
comes.
How much money do we want to spend to get the message across? We think it's important. They should know what we're collecting, what they're. And I mean, like, if it's going to be like a 6-day process, no. But if there is, like, each person take it home and ask their neighbor, does this work? That's all I need to know. I just need to know that real people have said, I actually understand your message. Well, you are absolutely real people, but you're real finance people. And so I hope that makes sense. I appreciate all the work. I love the way you're going on it. I just want to have a little bit of test of the effectiveness before we commit. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Croson. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I remember, I think it was almost 3 years ago, we had the discussion, and I do remember sitting down with Mr. Matthews and his team, and it wasn't an MGA issue at that time. It was more of just a logistics issue in regards to our systems can actually do this. And as I think I even brought examples, I had 3 different envelopes. The provincial one was blue, ours was gold, and I thought it was a really good idea, and a lot of people liked the idea. So my question to you folks is there any kind of, well, obviously you didn't know the MGA rule at that time. Otherwise, it would have just died right there. So the MGA, no, and I think nodding your head is, yeah, because you and I corresponded. I'm not kidding, Mr. Matthews. We've corresponded over the last few weeks regarding this. So my question is there any loophole that you can find that we could still separate this, that still addresses the issues of the MGA? Is there a loophole that you can still do this? Because
boy.
huh?
Well, I'll let Mr. Lowen answer that question.
There's got to be a loophole.
And I don't think we can put that in a resolution.
No, but I'm just saying, is there, what I'm trying to say is, the genesis of what I was trying to do is have 2 separate bills. Yeah, and is there a way that we can be under the MGA, but we just have to do something a little different? How does that sound?
I'll answer. I'm looking at my team. I think we're all eager to answer this one. Is the one option, and Brian can correct me if I'm wrong, but you could put option 2, the 2 mailings in one envelope. Of course, there's a risk that somebody only pays, or a bunch of people only pay one of the 2 documents in there, right? So that's it. 2 separate mailings, 2 separate envelopes. Yeah, that's not compliant. And so short of that, it's 2 in one envelope, or 1 that is broken apart as illustrated. And the MGA piece, Councillor, to that, it was never possible before, so we never dug that deep into looking at compliance and what other municipalities had done. So,
and I can understand why the province likes us being the messenger. And of course, why would they want to change it? Of course not. So, okay, so we got 3 options, current, option 2 and option 3. Am I correct, the option 3? I like the idea from what Councillor Croson said. Just trial it out, see what people feel, how they look at it and all that. But I really wanted 2 separate. And of course, I want to make sure we follow the rules to a T, but I just thought there might be another way of doing it that we're still under the MGA, but obviously we can't. So I have some further questions, but I'll hold off at this time. Thank you. Huh?
Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. I guess the question to the presenters then, perhaps as we go through this, it might be perhaps more blatant, but what is the actual percentage that we collect on behalf of the province of Alberta for the 2 entities, education and Green Acres? What are the percentages?
It's 25%.
25 what?
25%.
25%
Currently.
goes of my taxes, of this tax bill that I pay, 25% goes to Green Acres Fund and to education.
24% would go to the province for education purposes, and 1% would go to Green Acres.
To Green Acres. So why don't we say that on here? Why don't we say that in big, bold letters? Are we allowed to do that? Say, here's your tax, here's 24% goes to education for kids, and here's 1% going for old people. By the way, I'm one of them.
Yeah.
Why can't we do that?
Our tax brochure that we include with the tax assessment tax notice does include that information.
But I think it goes back to Councillor Croson's comment and doing some beta testing of this, because really at the end of the day, if I see it in large, big, bold letters that I could actually read on here and not skim through these tiny little letters and words, if it says, here's what you're paying on your property taxes for the province, here's what you're paying for Green Acres, it might be a whole lot more palatable for people if they could understand that. So maybe that'll be part of the testing that we do with some of your sample groups. Put them in big, bold letters. This is what you're paying for your taxes to the city. Here's what you're paying for and are we allowed to do that? Put it on the same notice, but put it in big, bold letters so that people can read it and understand it. We haven't thought of that. Okay? Maybe let's think about it. Thank you.
And that's a question, right?
Yeah. Well, I think it begged
It begged a question. Councillor Parker.
Thank you. So what I would like, so obviously we can't send out two separate notices, but we can send out two sheets like this. One saying the education portion, if you have any questions, talk to your local MLAs, correct? Because that is under the jurisdiction of the provincial government, and this part is controlled by the municipal government. And we can put that in big bold font with phone numbers and questions on it. Can you do that? In one envelope. In one envelope. Yes. Yeah, but one in blue paper and one in gold paper. Colors matter. Like, then people actually, they go, okay, this is my city bill, this is my provincial bill. Yeah, but what if they only see one? But, blue and orange. So can you do that and then fold it up and put it in? People go, okay. So let's just use a $5,000 tax. Let's just do a $10,000 tax bill for simplicity, okay? So $7,500 goes to my municipal. This is all the services I get. Oh, that's great. And then I got $2,500 here. Okay, that's from the province, okay? Oh, and it's up 13% than it was last year. Can we do that?
That was an option in there.
That's what option 2, is that what option 3 is? Is that what option 3 is?
So option 3 is actually kind of an enhanced bill that actually has it all on one page, but not separate. Well, I think what you're talking about is option 2, but with multiple colors. Now, the other thing that we could consider, I know they're chatting about it here, so we're just chatting a sidebar. One of the risks that as we mentioned, doing the 2 sheets of paper is that they may only pay one. Yes, the colors would definitely help that out. I see where you're going on it between the two. But if you think about also like one of our utility bills, we have a cover page on top that's the total regular bill, and then you have one underneath it, which could be blue or yellow if you wanted to, which is the provincial or other requisitions and the city's one. So then you'd be able to see the differential in the colors, and you still have the top. That would be 3 pieces of paper, but the only thing there would be additional cost. And I think there would be additional cost for printing and so forth, because now you're sorting multiple papers and so forth. So you could also do one with 3 sheets. I know they'll probably throw something at me, but 3 sheets inside of it basically that summarizes the first one, like our standard bill, and then we give more detail, and they could be all the same color, and it would be actually cheaper. So we could give it a couple different options of that. As you can see, as we go through this, the biggest thing I think what the team is telling is that it can't be in separate envelopes. It can be in the same envelope in multiple sheets. And then depending on what we decide on those multiple sheets or how many multiple sheets we do and colors, it will be cost.
And thank you. And what I like that you guys really do is you guys use all the beautiful colors, all the pictures, all the policing and all that. You guys, I don't think you could do it any better than that. Like, you guys do an amazing job with that.
The brochure and so forth that goes with it.
Yeah, the brochure is awesome and all that. And you guys, I don't know how much more better you can make that. That's awesome. I really like the idea of the separate, and I understand the MGA as well. So that's just, my question is also about some of my own comments as well.
And thank you, Councillor Parker. One thing to add, I think it was mentioned earlier, if do you grab one of the two and come in and pay it, then you don't pay the other. And I think that was a conversation before, but you would hope that you receive two bill here. And that's right, on the one page sometimes makes it, could one page have two colors? Sorry.
Well, it doesn't.
No, but thank you. Thank you for, yes. So Councillor Carlson.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Hopefully it won't be a hard one to answer. There will be another one, I'm assuming, for downtown businesses that has the BRZ levy requisition broken out?
Yes, thank you for the question, but that is completely separate from what we're talking about right now.
It is, but,
Yes.
but they get a separate notice then?
They do.
Okay, and that's okay under the MGA. Interesting. Maybe I found a loophole. And I'm not sure, I really like the idea Councillor Crowson has floated of putting up a couple on our website or on Facebook or social media and saying, does this make sense to you? This is what we're trying to achieve, and just get some feedback on that from the local community, because I'm going to be honest, because it's in the waning days of council. Yes, finally. I don't think most people give a thing about a thought about this, even when I explain it to them. I sit down with people all the time and say, you realize a third, and I've been using a third, sorry, I've been using poor math, of your bill goes to the province or other, and they don't care. They're just mad about the total cost. And I don't know how we fix that. I think 90% of people are going to look at their bill and pay their bill and bitch about it, complain about it. And the other 10% are not going to complain about their bill.
Councillor Dodick.
Councillor Parker would remember this. I think this was brought up 15, maybe even 20 years ago, and we're told we can do it. I think what we're trying to do, and I'm just looking at, for example, the option recommended, where it says, for example, total owing for municipal services. Why can't you put in brackets right after that, goes to city, close brackets, and then underneath that, Alberta School Foundation, goes to province, so that they know exactly where it's going to. Because when you see Alberta School Foundation, total provincial education taxes, provincial requisition, that means nothing to most people. But if it said goes to city, goes to province, or words to that effect, it just makes it very clear. At least to me it does. And that would help me. So the question is, can we do that?
Yes, thank you for the question. We can do that. We don't have a lot of room on that page, but we can definitely add a bit more to each of those lines.
So for example, where you got total provincial education taxes, provincial requisition. Instead of saying provincial requisition, you could say goes to province. Same sort of idea. Senior housing requisition goes to province. Just something like that.
Yes, we
or
do.
Words to that effect.
Sorry, we do have the flexibility there. Yes.
Having these, I'm going to go back to what Councillor Crowson had mentioned about, talking to people that are the ratepayers, the taxpayers, and finding out their information. This is something that would be great at a community conversation or something, to have a table out maybe to, and I don't know when the next one, if we've got one booked that's coming, but that could be something where it would be a great option to do. So just sorry, that's not in the form of a question. Do we have a community conversation coming up? Maybe that'd be the question. We do. In January. Oh, okay. Well, that covers Councillor Crozon, which I think is a great idea. Let's get from the taxpayer how that works. So, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Matthews.
So just in regards, Mayor Higgin, in regards to the community conversation, that's a really good idea on that piece. The only thing I would say is that being in January, we probably wouldn't be able to make that next year's of taxes because we have to have everything ready so we can actually generate the files on it, especially when you get into the assessment notices and so forth. I know we're focused a little bit on the tax side, but if you're looking at the assessment side. So not to say we couldn't though. I mean, and I think that might be an opportune piece is where keeping in mind that council can work on this over the period. You could start with a certain piece of this work and then go to the community conversations. Is this helping and what would even make it better? And we do it in iterations.
Yeah. Great. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
And the only thing I would perhaps add to that is the property assessment sample. I quite liked how that was laid out, particularly the history of the property value history. I think people are interested in that, and I do think that gives some good explanation. So just testing to make sure people understand why that's there, what's there, and they're understanding the information. But thank you very much for putting these examples together. Thank you very much.
All right. And so I will read the resolution that I have from Councillor Parker. Tax and Assessment Notices Report. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommends that Council approve number one. Well, I don't know about what we put this in option 2 for tax notices, enhanced one-page tax notice to be mailed in one envelope and complete and implement the changes to the tax notice for the 2026 taxation year. And number 2, option 1 for assessment notices, enhancement of the assessment notice to illustrate the 3-year assessed values history with one-time cost of $41,487 being funded through the MRSR to provide resources to complete and to implement the changes to the assessment notice for the 2026 taxation year. And further be resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee forward this item to the September 16th, 2025 Council meeting as an item of urgent business. Councillor Parker to...
We could do this and then ask a third, go in and test this to see if we can approve it for 2027. Yeah.
So would you like to do an amendment?
I'm just suggesting that's one option, and I would make that amendment.
Okay, so there's an amendment here. And yeah, because after what we had discussed, I don't think this fits in really with what we discussed. But if we put number...
Linda, say it.
Oh, sorry, just one sec, Belinda. There you go.
With what we were talking about testing it, if we do options or 1 and 2, we're saying go do it this year with the cost we have. And then we're saying why not have an number 3, test what we did, especially under option 1, because that's the one that seems to be the big one. Test it at different things such as the community conversation and see if it is effective. And if it is, and then we know ongoing. If it's not, then administration knows to recommend some changes to it. If that's the first chance we have to take it public, if we can do it quicker, then I would suggest we test it before doing number 1. There's just 2 options depending on timelines and what people want to do.
So question arising from this here, and I'd probably be for Councillor Parker. So with this approval, I know it still goes to council, but this is a recommendation of the $41,487 one-time fee. If we approve this at council, it would be, I'm saying yes and no. If this is approved at council, that would be $41,487 through the MRSR. No?
I think so, whatever that option 1, 2, and 1 are.
Yeah, go ahead.
My resolution.
Yeah.
Did we throw any curveballs to you that you go, man, after hearing what you guys had to say around this table as finance, we could probably come back with something a little better? Did you take that from what we were saying today? I'm looking at you two here because everyone had some different
ideas. Yes, what
ideas.
you said was terrible. We're going to come back.
No, but all of us had different philosophies. Like John was showing me something. That looks really cool. Reiko made some recommendations and all that. I'd rather not rush this. I'd rather do this right now. My question to you, when do you need to have a template and everything created, Mr. Matthews? Thank you.
Well, I will look to Ms. Wayloggy here to make sure I get this right here, but I would imagine probably in the fall here, so that we can get it to the printers, make sure it's all tested and through, because depending on which way we do it here, we do a lot of testing in the background to make sure there isn't any errors. There's a number of different types. I can't remember if it's 10. Is it 10? Okay. 10 different types of bills that go out, so we have to work on all those pieces. So we do need to know. I would think it'd be best if you could give us a direction right now. That would help us get to the fall. And I think with the compromise here is on point 3, we have at the community conversations, we take this and we can tweak to it along the way. I know it's maybe not, maybe you'd want a little bit more time with it or other ways to do it, but just for us to get it done so we can meet the next year's tax year. The opposite of that is you wait till 2027 to put it in place, and then we could have a longer period of time to go through it and do some of that other engagement.
The only reason why I ask that is Joe Citizen on the streets and go, I just watched your guys' meeting, and maybe you just have to explain it better, try some systems. Why are you spending $42,000 to reinvent the wheel? Maybe just change some words, change some font styles and all that. Like, that's what people are saying. That's what people are going to say. I'm like, I'd rather not do anything with this right now. I'd rather just like, you know what? This hasn't been wasted time, because this has been taking 3 years to get to this point. And the biggest thing I learned is the MGA pretty much has our hands tied what we can do. So we might as well work within the parameters that we can, and let's do this right. And versus throwing $42,000 and worrying about, people really don't care about their assessments before. They can go online, they can see that. It's easy. It's interactive maps on our website. It's public information. So I would actually rather Madam City Clerk, if I could defer is the word, or table this. What would be the better word?
Could you not send it for information to council?
Yeah, just take this as information.
You could just change the motion to receive for info,
I
or
just wanna-
whatever you like. You can change. It's your motion. You can change it.
Yeah, I'm just taking this as information, and then the new council, whoever's around the table, if they decide they want something, they may like the status quo and all that. But I don't think don't want to reinvent the wheel here, and especially $42,000. I just don't want to throw money at something what we really don't even know what we want. And take our comments and discussion into account.
And bring back
and I think,
another version.
I don't think we need to have that written. I think it's pretty much implied.
Yeah.
Do you? That's what I would recommend.
So just to pass along for information to council.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's your resolution.
Yep.
So
well, let's make sure it's written right. So those are, so the option 1 and option 2 are kind of off there, right? And we're just going to
But you're saying a council member yourself can bring it forward later? Do
and
you
return
want
to a
be in
future
there?
standing policy committee for decision. That's yeah.
Okay.
Taking into account the information that was provided at the Finance Committee of September 11th, 2025. And of course, you'll have some minutes and all that of information given to you. Am I correct in that? I see nodding. Nodding doesn't go in the minutes. Say yes. It's just so our viewers, the hundreds of them online, can hear.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think perhaps to get it on the status of initiatives or resolutions, directed resolution.
Put it to a past meeting and see how that works.
To a Finance Committee, return back to the Finance Committee no later than the first quarter of 2026. There we go. And then Finance can refer it wherever it be, but, okay? I still like the information. I was like, I knew about the MGA because I talked to her. I was like, I can't believe that. No, they didn't even know about the MGA.
All right, so it's be resolved the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommends that council receive for information the tax and assessment notices, report, and invite administration to return to an Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee meeting no later than the end of Q1 2026 for decision taking into account the information the committee provided administration at today's meeting. Yeah, now you can open debate, Councillor Parker.
Matthews and your team, thank you so much. I know this has been a long process. I know this has been a big issue for Councillor Dodick or Deputy Mayor Dodick because he's discussed it over the years, and hopefully we can find something, but I'd rather not just throw money at something when we don't know exactly what we want. But one thing we did learn here is we can't send out 2 separate notices based on the MGA, and that was probably the most important thing I wanted. But if we can find something else in the meantime, but let's make sure we do it right. And otherwise, I just want to thank them for their time and the research they've done in the background. Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that passed unanimous. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. One opposed. Either you're delayed or you're opposed. You're opposed. He does not like information. Councillor Carlson is one opposed. Thank you, Councillor Carlson. And if we can just take a 10-minute break here, and we'll return at 3:25 to 3:30. Thank you. We will move on the agenda to submissions. So first of all, we'll go to 6.1. If there's any questions for Mr. Matthews' submission regarding the CIP amendment for bus replacements, that's project D18, 2022 to 2031. Are there any questions for Mr. Matthews? That's all in your agenda package, obviously, and is online. Councillor Middleton-Hope.
I don't know why this question is to Mr. Matthews and not to, is it Mr. Jewell that does transit? Oh, he's the money guy, okay. Are we going with more small buses? Question that comes up quite repeatedly. Are we going with more small buses? Are we going away from larger buses? And is that part of the budgeting process moving forward? Thank you.
So thank you, Councillor Middleton-Hope, and I will turn that over to Mr. Jewell.
I'll try to answer that question quite quickly. We have 40-foot buses. We're staying with 40-foot buses. We also have 20-foot accessoride vans. We're staying with 20-foot accessoride vans. So there's no change to our size of transit fleet in either numbers or in sizes of buses. We actually do have two 30-foot buses, which we're currently either selling or not using because they're too small for the current routes. Too small in the sense that they can't get filled up with enough people during the peaks. So we run those in the light industrial areas, so they're only partially effective. So we tried those, I think they're about 10 years old. So we're not pursuing smaller buses, no.
But to add to that, Mr. Jewell, we do have the smaller ones that go in and out of, I know, Fairmont, some of the areas that don't have what they call the 40-foot limos, that's in addition to the larger fleet that we have, correct?
Good question. Now, the ride-on-demand vehicles.
That's what I'm talking, yeah.
We have 7 of those for the ride-on-demand zones. They're even smaller than 20-foot. They're basically a small van. So we're currently operating 4 in any given area in the ride-on-demand areas, in addition to our 40-foot fleet and the 20-foot accessoride fleet, and then there's 7 ride-on-demand vans serving 4 different areas.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Is there any cost to the additional costs on doing this change?
No, this is actually a good news story because we're trying to allocate, just like we did a couple of years ago with the Active Transportation Fund. Federal government gave us new money. This is allocating new money that the federal government gave us called the Public Transit Fund. So it's $744,000 every year for the next 10 years. So we have to put it into a capital improvement plan in order to spend it. So you'll notice in the CIP change, we only put 2 years in. In the next CIP, the 27 to 30 CIP, we'll put the other remaining 8 years in the CIP. So it's basically spending the new money we have, and we use D18 because D18 had MSI, I believe, allocated already.
Okay, so no additional funds are required to make the change then? We're doing better with the money.
No, and in fact, we're even spending less because the previous D18 was $15 million. Here, we're only spending about $3 million to replace 3 accessoride vehicles and 3 40-foot buses. So it's really an interim plan, and they're diesel buses, not electric buses. Just for your information, a typical diesel bus is about $800,000-900,000. The typical electric bus is 1.6 to 1.7 million. So you need a lot more money, a lot more grant money, which we weren't given any grant money. So this is a good use of public transit fund and MSI. I think it's in the text as well. We can only do that until 2030, and then they're going to force us to go with electric buses at that point if they stay with the electric buses.
Okay, so we're doing better with the taxpayer dollars on this one.
Exactly, yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
No, just to confirm that we get from federal gas tax fund, there's other funds that go towards the purchase of these units, right? This isn't strictly taxation for the purchase of the buses, correct? I don't know who announced that, Mr. Matthews?
There we go. So I think typically we've historically used the federal gas tax fund inside of our operating budget to purchase most of our fleet inside of this. Inside of here, you will see on the CIP that we have the MSI funding. That was funding that council had allocated, if I recollect. I'm just going to make sure I don't say that wrong. MSI funding that they had, council had done. That is also a good news. It's actually good for us. We need to use up our MSI funding. It's coming to the end, the switch between MSI and LGFF. So this actually now will allow us to spend those dollars because we were waiting on those dollars to spend on the federal grant for electrified buses. If that ever came about, now we're actually spending these dollars ahead of time so we can get our LGFF allocation sooner. So, but to answer your question, in regards to it, we typically use federal gas tax. In this case, we're using the Public Transit Fund grant and as well as MSI. The only thing I'll note there, we still haven't received the agreement yet from the on this yet, and so we haven't gone through the process of getting the approval from the province on it. So that's one thing we'll still have to do as part of the journey.
And the last question I have here, Mr. Jewell, is back when I sat on CUDA here some years ago, we had standby buses that were probably 2 or 3 times the amount of most people for standby buses. We had many that weren't operating on a daily basis, but had standby. Has that been reduced over the years? I know that they were working on it probably about 6 years ago to this point. Has that been reduced now? There's not a large amount. I think we had like 30% standby or something when most were 8 to 10%. So is that down now at least?
It is down. We went from about 66% spare buses when I first got here in transit 2.5, 3 years ago. We sold 5 of those old decrepit buses. We still have some old decrepit buses as well. We have 43 buses. I believe 6 of them don't even have an air conditioner, but they do run. They run fairly well, but we run them when they needed.
Like
when the
in
other
wintertime? Because they don't need air conditioning?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So, but we change out the buses after about 15 years and about 1 million kilometers. So this CIP will allow us to buy another 3 full-size buses. We've already got on order another 5 replacement buses, but we're just replacing the old buses with newer buses, not changing our total fleet of 43. So that's where we're sitting at right now, but we need about 25 to 30 on the road at any time.
So you say 43 is what the full fleet is. How many do we have on the road at any given time?
About 28 to 30.
So we have that many of standby. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate all the good news about the dollar in expenditures. I don't find it good news that we're not transitioning to electric as speedily as we should be. But that's a personal comment. In 2023, we approved $13 million for this project. None of those dollars were spent.
Well, when I say that, the original CIP, I'm just going to move something out of my way, my thing. So inside of there was some work that had to be done on consulting services and so forth. Those dollars were spent. So if you look at in the original one there in 2022, there was about $400,000 for that. I don't know the exact amount that was spent there, but there's some of that money was spent. I think what you're referring to is where did the rest of this money go, going from the 41 million, if you look at the total amount of that project to this one, 4.1 million?
Yes.
Yes. So the rest of it will be coming forward as part of another initiative in the next CIP, as a new initiative coming in there, only because at that time we will know more, hopefully, what's happening with the federal grants and our applications and so forth inside of there, and whether or not the federal government has made any changes. So as you would have seen in the last number of weeks, the federal government is looking at their whole EV policies and procedures, and so it'll be timely to look at that in the next CIP coming up for decision next year.
Okay, and thank you for that. So we did spend the 2022 $2. In 2023, we're slated to spend about $13 million. None of those dollars were spent. Correct?
To my knowledge, that is correct.
And now it leads me to my final question. Was council ever updated
Yes.
on where we, because this has happened in the past and we get to the next CIP and someone says, well, we didn't spend any dollars. And like, well, excuse me, council approved that.
Yeah.
What happened?
So where we update that, and I'm trying to remember which one the reporting now, if it was in the September operating forecast or the Ananda report, we put in a capital report that actually provides inside of there on each project the dollar amount that's been spent and the total component that's in there. So there is reporting that comes back. I just can't remember which report it is.
And so you're saying if I didn't read it in depth, shame on me?
Well, I didn't say that.
All right. Okay, thank you. Just going forward, because these have happened before, where we get to the end of a 4-year CIP and council's informed, oh, yeah, we actually overspent on X and didn't spend any on Y. And here I'm thinking clarifiers, if I can recall. I think just giving council an update that, okay, we're holding back, because I've been sort of bragging about our electric fleet. And now I have to say, yeah, maybe in 2027.
Yeah, so, and I just noticed here, Councillor Carlson's on that as part of the budget review last November, we had a CIP summary inside of there. Okay.
More reading I should have done?
There was probably a lot of reading in there.
All right, Councillor Middleton Hope.
I think I'm in for debate then. The
Perfect.
questions have been asked, but I'm certainly in for debate.
So I'll read the resolution from Councillor Carlson. Is this the one? Yes, it is. All right. Capital Improvement Program Amendment for Bus Replacements, Project D18 2022 to 2031. Be it resolved that Economic Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council, conditional upon the provincial government's approval of the federal government's grant agreement with the City of Lethbridge as per the Provincial Priorities Act, amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program budget for Project D18 as provided in Attachment 1 to allow the use of the Public Transit Fund, PTF, and number 2, amend the scope as provided in Attachment 1 and CIP Project D18 to allow the city to order diesel gas buses instead of electric buses, and further resolve that Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee forward this item to the September 16, 2025 council meeting as an item of urgent business. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This one does hurt my heart a little bit to bring forward because I was excited about the electrification of our fleet. However, if we don't have the funds, and I realize when council approved the CIP, if I'm remembering, it was undetermined funding because we were hopeful. Since that funding hasn't come forward, I'm not going to take us into a whole lot of $40 million debt to make my dreams come true. So I will ask my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. Well, I have to say, Mr. Jewell, that although I'm generally very supportive of most of the things that you bring forward, I'm not supportive of this. I'm disappointed that we're not going with smaller buses. I think we've heard that loud and clear from the public over the long term, certainly over the last 4 years. I fail to understand how we continue to migrate towards larger buses, and although ridership does improve, we're not at a stage, I don't think, where from what I've seen, where we're filling those buses up on a regular basis. Maybe we use those buses to go to the college and to the university, but for the vast majority of our neighborhoods, smaller buses are more effective. At least they seem to be more compact. So for those reasons, I won't support this motion, and I would encourage my colleagues not to approve it as well.
Councillor Dodick. Deputy Mayor Dodick.
I wonder, there's a question I have that arose from that debate, and it's historical knowledge or historical information. So I want to ask of Mr. Jewell, my recollection is that we did try smaller buses, I think it was about 15 years ago, and there was problems with suspension, there was a lot of complaints with comfort, and that the reality was that the smaller buses didn't actually provide an ongoing savings to warrant continued use. Is my historical memory correct or not?
Yes, it's very correct. I believe our vicinity buses, they're the 30-foot buses we have. They're 12 years old right now. We probably approved them about 14 or 15 years ago. And we have 2 of them still, but they are not nearly as reliable. But the one thing about a 40-foot bus, it can go to the university, college, or high schools, be full, and in its same route, it'll go to a neighborhood when it's partially empty, because that's the way transit works, is it goes to the busy areas and the quiet areas on the same hour by hour, 18 hours a day. So of the 43 buses we have right now, only 2 of those are the 30-foot vicinity buses.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Parker?
Just getting back, I recall all those issues we had with the smaller buses. And for those reasons alone, I will be supporting. But thank you for asking that question. It's a good reminder of why we do have the larger buses, so I will be supporting this.
Okay, with that, to Councillor Carlson. Question been called. All in favor? And opposed? So okay, I have a submission from Mr. Drenth, General Manager of Water, Wastewater, and Electrical Utilities regarding bylaw 6502. It's again in as a submission, and I will read it out here from Deputy Mayor Dodick. Be resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council provide first reading of bylaw 6502, amending bylaw 6364, 2026 distribution tariff bylaw as provided in attachment 2, and further be resolved that Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee forward this item to the September 16th, 2025 Council meeting as an item of urgent business. Deputy Mayor Dodick.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to go through this because this is just referring it to council for first reading, which was introducing it to council. It's the only thing I would highlight is the conclusion that says an assessment of the rate increase will result in no increase or decrease on a monthly average 750 kilowatt residential customer monthly bill, a 0.7% decrease for an average commercial customer, and 1% increase for the average industrial customer. Again, this is simply referring to council for first reading. There'll be time to debate and go into it at that time. I would ask for council support.
All right. Oh, Councillor Carlson.
On that, because I may have misunderstood. I thought it was being forwarded for all 3 readings at that meeting. Am I incorrect? I am. So it's just, we'll put it on the agenda and next council will deal with it. Excellent.
That's correct.
All right, question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. 6.3 from Acting Mayor Palladino, bylaw 6503, amending bylaw 6146, waste bylaw. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommends that Council give first reading to bylaw 6503, amendment to bylaw 6146, the waste bylaw as provided in attachment 1. Further be resolved that Economic Finance Standing Policy Committee forward this item to September 16, 2025 Council meeting as an item of urgent business. Acting Mayor Palladino. Question been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. And from Councillor Crowson, bylaw 6504, amendment to bylaw 3250, the sewerage service charge bylaw 2026. Be resolved the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council provide first reading to bylaw 6504, a bylaw to amend bylaw 3250, sewerage service charge bylaw as provided in attachment 2. How they come up with these names, but anyways. And further be resolved that Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee forward this item to the September 16th, 2025 council meeting as an item of urgent business. Councillor Croson?
It's on. There it is on. He's jacking you around.
Of course, this is in the line of what we've just heard. For anybody wondering why it's going as urgent business is normally we try to have these meetings 2 weeks or so before a council meeting so that they can go to agenda review because we're trying to compact everything before the last council meeting. This is not that this is an urgent issue, it's that we have just shortened our timeline, so it has to go forward as an urgent to be accepted on the agenda on the 16th. Like all the others, this is just to put the first reading on the 16th. Second and third reading will occur around December. And these have all been approved in the previous operating budget, but we have to do this annually. We have to bring forward the utility rates on an annual basis. So we do these bylaws every year, and I hope my colleagues will support this.
With that, I'm sure the question has
called.
been called. All in favor? And that's passed unanimously. And to a 6.5, moved by Councillor Campbell, bylaw 6505, amendment to bylaw 3999, the Water Service Bylaw 2026. Be resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommends that Council number 1 provide first reading to bylaw 6505, a bylaw to amend, excuse me, whoa, to amend bylaw 3999, the Water Services Bylaw as provided in attachment 2. And further be resolved that Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee forward this item to the September 16th, 2025 council meeting as an item of urgent business. Councillor Campbell.
You got something?
I'm just going to make sure the mayor is okay.
I hope you're okay. Okay. It's following along the same lines as my colleagues from the last other bylaws, same thing. So I'll ask for your support. Go on to first reading at the next meeting.
So a call to vote to go on from my colleagues. All in favor? That's an all in favor for the go. All right. And now with that, we will have entertain a resolution from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel to enter closed session. Be it resolved that Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee enter a closed meeting at 3:52 p.m. to discuss confidential matters with respect to item 7.2, surplus city-owned property as per section 29, advice from officials of the Access to Information Act.
Call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? All right. We're in closed. All right, thank you very much for your patience. We will move on with a motion that I do have from, where are we at here?
7-1 first.
From Councillor Dodick. Economic Development Lethbridge Fee-for-Service Cost Benefit Analysis Update. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee postpone this matter to the closed meeting of City Council on September 16th, 2025 as a matter of urgent business, and further be resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee direct that the closed meeting documents, discussions, and report with respect to the Economic Development Lethbridge Fee-for-Service Cost Benefit Analysis Update remain confidential pursuant to Section 19, harmful to business interests of a third party, 28, local public body confidences, 29, advice from officials, 31, testing procedures, tests and audits, and 32, privileged information of the Access to Information Act. Councillor Dodick.
Yes. I was waiting for the red light to go on. I got to give a little bit more information on this than just leaving it as a bare resolution and calling the question. It can't go into it too much. People know that under the Municipal Government Act, we're entitled to have closed meetings. Most of the time it deals with legal issues, labor issues, or property issues. And so closed meetings are appropriate and required in certain situations. In this particular case, it is quite appropriately a closed meeting. A difficulty arose, or in that information became available that council did not have sufficient time to digest, at least I believe in the majority of the council's opinion. We'll see how that turns out in terms of the vote. As a result, we are postponing it to give additional soak time to be accurate with respect to the information received and to be able to formulate the appropriate questions. But I also want to note that I am sponsoring this resolution, but during the meeting, I received word that I will not be able to attend that meeting because surgery that I had scheduled for October 20th has been moved up to September 15th. So I'm giving this the reason for why we're doing this and the reason that I got the call for the surgery right as we were doing this. So unless there are no questions, I would call the question.
Thank you for that explanation. And question's been called. All in favor? Those opposed? One opposed. Two opposed. All right. So the next, right here. From Councillor Middleton Hope, surplus city-owned property. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council direct administration to proceed with the next steps outlined for each property identified in confidential attachment 1, Appendix A, and return to a closed council meeting in Q2 2026 with a status update on each property identified in confidential attachment 1, Appendix A, and further be resolved that Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee forward this item to the September 16th, 2025 council meeting as an item of urgent business, and further be resolved that council direct that the closed meeting documents, discussions, and report with respect to the surplus city-owned property remain confidential pursuant to Section 29, advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to administration for the fulsome explanation and discussions around property that is identified in this motion. We look forward to additional information coming forward on the 16th of September. And with that, I'll call the question.
All in favor? We'll do that by roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Crowson.
Opposed.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
In favor.
Councillor Parker. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Palladino.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Dodick.
In favor.
Mayor Higgin.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Passes 5-4.
And with that, thank you. We are adjourned.